And as usual, we are all gathered here today to listen to another exposition of the Lord Buddha's Dhamma, the pristine Dhamma that was expounded by him for the sole purpose of liberating every sentient being, every suffering soul from the pangs of desire, aversion and delusion to achieve the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. And so before we commence today's sermon, let us take a moment to appreciate how fortunate we are to be students of this teaching of the great Master, the Supreme Buddha, He who is the Perfect One, the Supremely Enlightened One, the Omniscient One, the Magnificent One, the Unparalleled One, the Gautama Supreme Buddha. Let us take a moment to pledge our allegiance to Him as His lifelong students till the day that we free ourselves once and for all from all of suffering. And to do so, let us all be upstanding to recite the Dhirasya Vigata Mohasya stanzas and pledge our allegiance and take a solemn oath to have Him as an exemplary figure and character in our life, to model our lives according to the one that He showed us by example, and to affirm that we are His lifelong students. Dhirasya Vigata Mohasya Pabhinna Khilasya Vijita Vijayasya Anighasya Susamachittasya Buddha Silasya Sadhupanyasya Vesantarasya Vimalasya Bhagavato Tasya Savako Hamasmi Akatankatisya Tusitasya Vantalokamisasya Muditasya Kata Samanasya Manujasya Antima Sarirasya Narasya Anupamasya Virajasya Bhagavato Tasya Savako Hamasmi Asansayasya Kulasya Venaikasya Sarati Varasya Anuttarasya Ruchira Dhammasya Nikhankasya Abhasakarasya Manachidasya Virasya Bhagavato Tasya Savako Hamasmi Asansayasya Kulasya Venaikasya Sarati Varasya Anuttarasya Ruchira Dhammasya Nikhankassa pabhasakarassa Manachidassa virassa Bhagavato tassa savako hamasmi. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. And to observe the precepts and seek refuge in the Noble Triple Gem. Before we begin the sermon, please repeat all together and after me. Buddhaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Dhammaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Sanghaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Dutiyampi buddhaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Dutiyampi dhammaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Dutiyampi sanghaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Tatiyampi buddhaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Tatiyampi dhammaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Tatiyampi sanghaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi, Saranāgamanaṃ sampunnaṃ, Pānātipātā vēramaṇī sikkhapaдаṃ samādhiyāmi, Adinādāna vēramaṇī sikkhapadaṃ samādhiyāmi, Kāmesu micchāchārā vēramaṇī sikkhapadaṃ samādhiyāmi, Musāvādā vēramaṇī sikkhapadaṃ samādhiyāmi, Surāmērā majjapamā daṭṭhānā vēramaṇī sikkhapadaṃ samādhiyāmi, Tisaraṇena saddhiṃ pañcasīlaṃ dhammaṃ sādhukaṃ surakkhitāṃ kattvā appamādena sampādeta. Okay, you may all now be seated. Before we commence the sermon, let us all take a moment to invite the countless beings in the 10,000 world systems surrounding us, as among them will be those who will have been mothers to us and fathers to us, brothers, sisters, our siblings, friends, those who will have come to our assistance and supported us in this long journey in samsara, those who may have shed blood, tears and sweat on our behalf. When it was their turn, they gave us everything that they could afford. They saved no expense to help us out of the lurch and help us all stand on our own 2 feet. And today we are presented with an opportunity to repay the debts for all that goodness that they have done for us. Therefore, let us take this opportunity to invite those countless beings to join us wherever they may be. Among them will be devas, brahmas, spirits, and among them will be those who have predeceased us. They may be seeking an opportunity to free themselves from the woeful plains if they have been so unfortunate to be born in those places. And for that they need merits. So let us extend to them this opportunity to witness this meritorious deed and rejoice in the merits. Let us offer them this opportunity to listen to the teaching of the Buddha, understand and comprehend it, and attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. So as I now make this invitation now to all such beings, I ask you all to extend that invitation in your hearts and in your minds to all of them, with gratitude, compassion, thoughts of goodwill. Let us invite them to join us, witness this meritorious deed, rejoice in the merits, and attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Samanta Chakravalesu Atra Gacchantu Devata Saddhammang Munirajassa Sunantu Sagga Mokkadam Dhammasavana Kalu Ayang Bhadanta Dhammasavana Kalu Ayang Bhadanta Dhammasavana Kalu Ayang Bhadanta. Excuse me. And also before we commence today's sermon, let us all take a moment to seek forgiveness from the Noble Ones. The Noble Triple Gem, the Sambuddha Shasana. For in this long journey in samsara, for every noble and moral person we would have had the chance to associate, many tens of thousands or hundreds of times over, our associations will have been with immoral, ignoble people. Such associations defiled our minds with desire, aversion and delusion, and they defiled our minds with ignorance, and having been blinded with ignorance and attachment, countless times we may have offended, insulted, reviled and desecrated the Noble Ones. The consequences of such actions may be that today it becomes incredibly difficult for us to understand the teaching of the Buddha, something so sublime, something so pure. So before we make an effort to understand, comprehend and free ourselves through the course of today's proceedings, let us all take a moment to gather up humility, humbleness, and first of all acknowledge that we have not always been the nice people, the good people, the generous, gracious people that we may be today. In this long journey in samsara, evilness, wickedness would not have been new things to us. So let us take a moment to seek the forgiveness from the Noble Ones, from the Aryans, from the Sambuddha Shasana, for any thoughts, words or actions of revile, desecration, slander or insult I may have extended towards the Samma Sambuddhas, the Pacceka Buddhas, Arahata Buddhas, Anagamis, Sakridagamis, Sotapannas, be they on the path of having attained the fruits, as well as the Buddha's ministry, the Sambuddha Shasana, may I be forgiven. And I urge you, as you take a moment, to seek their forgiveness. This is a good opportunity to promise yourself to be vigilant and watchful over your thoughts, words and actions, so that you don't find yourself committing such deeds again. And finally, before we begin, let us make a firm resolve that may, through the course of this sermon, if I am as yet to understand the Dhamma, to see the light, to see the path, may through the course of this sermon I be able to do so, to witness the truth that exists and free myself from the shackles of samsara, by embarking upon the noble eightfold path, by becoming a Sotapanna, and for any among you who may have already achieved that noble state, may through the course of this sermon you be able to fulfill the subsequent stages and attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. With that firm resolve, deep-seated in your minds, I invite you all to prepare yourself to listen to this sermon. Okay. Those of you with a sensitive sense of hearing might pick up the fact that we are having some rainy weather today. The skies are rumbling and the heavens are pouring. So let us be prepared to expect, in the unfortunate, unforeseen circumstances, that we may be interrupted from time to time. But let's expect the worst and hope for the best, and things should work out just fine. But that is the nature of the skies, they will always rumble. If we wait for a day when that's not going to happen again, for us to get what we need to do done, then I think such a day, if we were to wait for, we'd have to wait for a long time. Unfortunately, we don't have that much time. We don't want to wait that long. We want to do what we want to do as soon as we can do it, as soon as possible, and help others along the way. This is the duty of those who have affirmed their allegiance to the Buddha. And if you are like us and you have affirmed your allegiance, with that comes a duty, and with that comes responsibility. What you have affirmed is nothing simple. It is probably the most sublime, the most solemn affirmation that one can make. To affirm that one is a disciple of the unblemished one, unblemished from the taints of desire, aversion and delusion. And when one makes such an affirmation, then with that comes a package of duty and a package of responsibility, both towards oneself and all sentient beings. So, it is important that from time to time you remind yourself of this. Don't wait for the world to change for you to be able to do what you want to do. You have to understand that the world is the way it is, and it's always going to be the way it is. It was not designed for you to get out of it. They don't design jails like that, do they? They don't design prisons. Leaving an opportunity for the prisoners to be able to get out. That's not a prison, that would be probably a maze. When they design prisons, they design them like prisons. So they design them in a way that keeps the guys who are on the inside in and those who are on the outside out. That's the way they design it. And this design is the same. The world systems that we're in, this existence that we're in, it has been designed in such a way that once you're in, you want to be in, and they keep you in. Once you're out, then you're out. It keeps the guys on the outside out, and it keeps the guys on the inside in. So you can't wait for the day when they're going to have an amnesty day. A day when you're free to jump, or when you're free to pick which side on the wall you're on. They don't have a day like that. You're going to have to make that day for yourself. So don't wait for the skies to stop pouring or the skies to stop rumbling. That is not our way. Our way is we make things happen. And when you are firmly sold on an idea and you want that nothing more than anything else, and you're fixed on that idea, then you will fight towards that. You will work towards that. You will shed every blood, sweat and tear towards that goal. That is the kind of courage and determination and resolve that you must all have. We must all have. So let us not forget that. So let the skies rumble. Let the heavens pour. We are here to do what we are here to do. Our regulars will recall that today is the last Sunday of this month. And with that, we have the meditation session. So that is our plan for today, to really try and put into practice the concepts that we have been learning over the last few weeks. And I have been advising you and reminding you that it is, if you remember from last week, I talked to you about a microscope, to set aside your telescope and really pick up your microscope, because that's when things really come into focus. That's when things start to make sense. That's when you begin to live the Dhamma that you have listened to, practicing what you preach, or practicing at least what you're listening to, that's when it becomes real. That's when you begin to understand, and that understanding begins to solidify. That becomes a comprehension. So you'll recall that we agreed to set aside time like this every month, because in your day-to-day chores and your busy schedules you have at home, it may be difficult, I understand, to set aside another half a day or a few hours in the week in addition to the time that you have already set aside for a Sunday afternoon. And for those, and there may be quite a few among you who do that on a Wednesday as well as a Saturday, given that it is these 2 days that we normally gather here at the monastery. So let us use this time wisely today. I'm going to give you time to reflect. I'll help you and I'll guide you towards those aims. But you must understand that I can't reflect on things on your behalf. I can't contemplate on your behalf. These are things that only you yourself can do for yourself. That, of course, you must understand. Okay? So let us use today for that purpose. We discussed some questions last week, you'll also remember, and in there were some practical advice that I shared with you all to help organize your free time, and for those who are lucky enough to have time that you can dedicate towards your practice, particularly time that you can set aside towards meditation, having taken a break from the day-to-day hustle and bustle of life. I have also reminded you that that is not an essential part of practice. You can always be in meditation while you're going about your regular activities, tasks, duties, and so on. But from time to time, and perhaps until you get some practice with it, until it becomes natural for you to be practicing on the fly or on the go, it may be useful from time to time to take some time and look for some silent time, if you like. This is my time, personal time, where there are no distractions. Now, when it comes to listening to a sermon, I on the other hand will emphasize it no end that you need your personal time. Because unlike meditation, when you're listening to a sermon, you need complete silence, you need focus. You must try and avoid distractions as much as you possibly can. That also I remind you from time to time. But I think what happens most of the time is people do it the other way around. That is what I see quite a lot of people doing. When they're listening to sermons, they are very easygoing and they're very accommodating of disturbances, distractions, and they'll try to multitask, and they'll have someone sit on their left hand side, on their right hand side, talk to them. They'll have another one sit on their laps, and they'll be discussing all sorts of things and trying to listen to the sermon at the same time. And then when they want to meditate, when they think it's time to meditate, that's when they kick everyone out of the room. Now I want to be quiet. This is my time. I want to reflect on things. So out, all of you. And please, can I have some quiet? People have got this the wrong way around. It's got to be the other way around. When you're listening to a sermon, when you have to pay complete attention, and when you need your focus on things, that's when you need quietude. That's when you need a silent environment, because sounds will distract you. They will draw your attention without your control. That's when you shouldn't have people either side of you. disturbing you, distracting you. But when it comes to meditation, I prefer, to use the word contemplation. When it comes to contemplation, you need to reflect on anything that comes your way. You can't be specific on the things that you meditate, because then that is not really meditation. That is not contemplation. If you are contemplating on the true nature of all things, and that they're all universally vexatious, unpleasurable, and essenceless, then why do you categorize things, and why do you give some things that consideration, whereas others you will think to yourself, well, these things, they don't necessarily need for me to be applying anicca, dukkha and anatta. That's not the way it works. So, for example, a person who may think that it's a wise idea to be perhaps texting on their phone while listening to the Dhamma, when they're ready to meditate, they'll sit down cross-legged, switch off their phones, and put a sign on the door saying, please do not disturb. And they'll ask everyone at home to be quiet, be silent. And any little distraction, any little sound that comes from the outside may even upset and irritate them. So what they're really saying is, I can only reflect on the true nature of quietness. I can't reflect on the true nature of noise. When it's noisy in here, then I can't apply anicca, dukkha, anatta. When someone's talking to me, I can't apply anicca, dukkha, anatta. If there's a bird chirping, then that anicca, dukkha, anatta cannot be applied to that. If someone's watching TV in the room next door, in the room on the other side of the wall, then that I cannot apply anicca, dukkha, anatta to. I can only apply anicca, dukkha, anatta to silence. So you see, that is not proper meditation. That is not real contemplation. You've got to untangle this. Don't mix the two. Get them straight, right? So when you're listening to a sermon, that's when you need an environment that is free of distraction. When you're doing your meditation, you don't necessarily need that. You can be doing whatever you want. Brushing, eating. The only exception is sleeping. Once you've fallen asleep, you can't do this. But every other activity that you go about, you can apply this. So that is all meditation. This is why when someone asked a question last week about samadhi and the fact that they were struggling to reach a state of samadhi, I explained that from my perspective, samadhi is a state of mind where the mind is contemplating and reflecting on the Dhamma. There is no time, place or venue for that. Time, place or day for that. There's no weather for that. That should happen universally. Okay, so let's bear that in mind as we approach the meditation that we are going to be doing today. However, I will accept if you still say, Swami Nuhansa, but when it's really loud and it's very busy around me, then I struggle to focus on things. So while you get your bearings straight and while you get your practice right, while you're still trying to tune yourself up for this, that's fine, right? If you need a quiet environment, then fair enough. But you will eventually realize that it is not in the environment. It's not in the physical environment, but this is something to do with your mental environment. But over time, you will begin to realize this. Right. So let's get into what we want to be focusing on today. The true essence of Buddhism, Buddhist philosophy, is in anicca, dukkha and anatta. If someone's to ask, what does Buddhism teach? You can, and rightly so, do justice to your answer by simply stating Buddhist philosophy is the teaching of anicca, dukkha and anatta. In other words, it is the teaching of what really exists. So we are going to be contemplating on that today. Let's start with this. You'll recall from the whiteboard drawings that you saw last week and the week before, a couple of weeks now I think, that we always start this dialogue with talking about that which is real, that which really exists in the world that we live in, and we draw a line where it comes. We draw a line when we say where the line, this demarcation point is the point where you jump from a non-arahant to an arahant, right? That you will recall, I'm sure. The baseline for checking if something's real is to ask an arahant. If you want to know if something's real, ask an arahant. If you want to know if something's fake, ask an arahant. So let's start with a few things. Through your eyes you can see the world. This we know we call sights. Through your ears you can hear the world around you. At this moment you're hearing my voice. You may be picking up some background noise, the environment. So we live in a forest, and you'll hear the birds chirping in the background. Right? You'll hear all that, and sometimes the rain splattering on the roof of the kuti, and so on. So you'll hear these noises on the audio. And in addition to that, wherever you may be in, at home or whatever location, there's always going to be some background noise that you will be able to hear. These are things that are in the world. How do we know? Let's ask an arahant. Arahant, Venerable Sir, can you see the things that I can see with my eyes? And the arahant might ask, what sort of things? And then you'll say, I can see trees. I can see mountains in the far distance. I can see the ground under my feet. I can see animals. I can see people. I can see these buildings. I can see flowers. I can see a pond. I can see the sky and the clouds in the sky. Can you see them? If you were to ask this from the arahant, what question are you going to get? What answer are you going to get back? This is why. So this is how we check whether something's real or not. You ask this question, you ask an arahant, you ask the arahant, and the arahant is going to go, yes, I can see all of those things. Fantastic. So now we can start reflecting on what really exists. And if you were to ask an arahant, I can hear the sounds that are coming from the background, I can hear these birds chirping, I can hear a voice, someone's talking, right? Can you hear the same things? You ask an arahant. And chances are the arahant is going to go, yes, I can hear them. Fantastic. So we have asked an arahant, and we know that these sights that we are seeing, the sounds that we are hearing, these are real things. Then perhaps you might pick up, or you might pluck a flower that you've just seen, and you hold it to your nose, and you inhale, and you feel the fragrance that comes from the, or you feel the scent that comes from the flower, the smell of the flower. Now you ask an Arahant again, Venerable Sir, can you smell something that you did not smell up until I held this flower to your nose? Do you smell a difference in the smell that you experienced before versus the smell you experience now as I hold this flower to your nose? And the Arahant is going to say, yes, I can smell the flower. Fantastic. Right, so up until now we know that we are not deluded. So far so good. Then let's say you take a fruit, an apple. You hold the apple in your hand and you take a bite. Now you can taste something. Let's check if this is real or not, because we don't know, we had better check. So let's ask an Arahant, Venerable Sir, would you mind eating a slice of this apple and telling me if you can taste something that you didn't taste until you put the apple in your mouth? Because that's the way you're going to have to test this, right? Rather than saying, can you taste the apple, the better way to be asking is, a more scientific way to be asking this is, did you taste something different? Chances are they were tasting nothing, or in other words, the saliva in the mouth, which you have become accustomed to. But now, having put the slice of apple in the mouth, do you taste something different, something distinctly different? And the Arahant is going to say what? Yes, of course, I can taste the apple. Fantastic. So far, so good. Right, so we've got four things. I'm going to leave the other two for the moment. Sight, sound, smell and taste. These four senses, these four sense doors that come to us in the shape of eyes, ears, nose and tongue have been picking up signals from the outside world, and whenever we picked up such a signal, what we did was we asked an Arahant. We asked the Arahant, can you see what I am seeing? Can you hear what I am hearing? Can you smell what I am smelling? And can you taste what I am tasting? And the Arahant said yes on each occasion. What do you think about that? Does this bother you, that you and the Arahant are experiencing this world in the same way? Does that bother you? I mean, after all, what is your target? Is it to bring the Arahant to your level, or for you to reach the Arahant's level? Well, if your role model is an Arahant, you will have listened to 2 stories by now. You will have a third coming up later, which we'll talk about in a moment. Right, you've already listened to the story of the great elder Mahamoggallan, and you have also listened to the story of the great nun Patachara. Exemplary figures. I have taken a lot from them, and I hope you have too. So these are the role models that you're aiming and you're modeling your life against. Okay, so today you will get to listen to another great elder, a remarkable figure. As always, I don't put spoilers into my sermons. I keep you vexed. Right? So it's always fun when you are relieved from vexation. That we know, we all understand that. So I'm going to let you enjoy that, right? Because I'm nice like that. So we want to get to the level of the Arahants. So having asked the Arahant these 4 questions, do you taste what I taste? Do you smell what I smell? Do you see what I see? Do you hear what I hear? And having got the answers yes, I think we can be relieved that we are as yet not insane. As yet we have retained our sanity. As yet we have not gone mad. As yet we are not deluded. And as yet we are fine. We are on track to becoming an Arahant. Okay? So, what do we do next? We look outside and we see the the environment as we did again through our eyes, and now remember we asked the Arahant, Venerable Sir, do you see those trees? Do you see those birds? Do you see those mountains afar? Do you see these flowers? Do you see the ground below your feet? Right? We asked these questions, and the answer came back yes. Now what we're going to do is we picked up that flower, remember, that we held to our nose. You picked up that particular flower because you thought that was beautiful. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to ask the Arahant. That's how we always check if what we are feeling, if what we are sensing, if what we are experiencing is valid. So let's ask the Arahant. Venerable Sir, here's that flower I showed you earlier. I think this looks beautiful. What do you think? And now you wait for the answer. And the Arahant is thinking. He's silent. Perhaps he didn't hear you first time. So let's try again. Venerable Sir, this flower that I hold in my hand, I think it's beautiful. What do you say? He remained silent. He is not volunteering an answer. He is not offering an answer. This is odd. Last time you asked him, he was very willing to answer our questions, but now he's very quiet. Let's try that sound. Remember that chirping that we heard? So we wait for a chirp, and then you speak to the Arahant. Oh, there you go. Venerable Sir, that chirping that you hear in the background, I think that sounds really wonderful. It's very melodious. I can listen to it all day. It sounds gorgeous. What do you say, sir? Do you feel the same way? And we wait for the Arahant to answer. Yes, he's quiet. He's not answering this question. Now, why might that be? This is the second time he's done this. Previous times he had no problem answering our questions. We asked him, did you hear that? And he said, yes. We asked him, did you see that? And he said, yes. Perhaps he's hungry. Maybe that's why he's not answering our questions. Let's get that apple again. Okay, Venerable Sir, within brackets, perhaps you're still hungry. I would like to offer you this apple. And we slice it up, and we offer a few slices to the Arahant and ask him to eat it. And we can see him actually picking up the apple and eating them. Now he's finished eating them, let's ask him the question. Venerable Sir, I thought that apple was quite juicy. It was a crispy, juicy apple. It was very tasty. Oh, I loved it. I thought it was delicious. What do you think, sir? And no answer. How ungrateful. He even ate my apple and he still won't answer my question. No answer. Now, why might this be? Is he being rude? Is he trying to be difficult? Let's go back and ask him one of the previous questions. Venerable Sir, this apple, when you put it in your mouth, did you taste a difference in the taste that you sensed before the apple went in your mouth? Yes. Oh, here we go. He's answering our questions again. He's just answered that question again. And Venerable Sir, do you see this apple as I do? I see that this is an apple. Do you? Yes. Aha. Right. So we are back in the game. He's answering our questions again now. Fantastic. So let's try asking him the other questions now. I think this apple is delicious. Don't you think so too? What? He's silent again. This is awkward. This is so weird. Why might this be? Well, if he's not answering our questions, what might we have to do? Because we're going to have to find some answers to these questions, because we understand that the Arahant is our baseline. We're all trying to become Arahants, and to become an Arahant is the same as saying we have got to learn to think like an Arahant. Right? That is what becoming an Arahant equates to. So, how do we think like an Arahant if he's not answering the question? I have something to say. Oh, right, okay. So the Arahant is wanting to say something now. Yes, Venerable Sir. What is it you'd like to say? You're asking the wrong question. Excuse me? You're asking the wrong question. That's interesting, isn't it? He's just said that we are asking the wrong question. So, when we asked the first question, series of questions, I see that flower, do you see it? He said yes. I hear that bird chirping, do you hear it? He said yes. I can smell this flower, do you smell it? And he said yes again. I taste this apple, do you taste it? And he said yes. He wasted no time in answering those questions. And then we asked him, I think this flower is beautiful, do you think so? And he remained silent. Then we asked him, I think the bird chirp is very melodious, it's very lovely, do you think so? And he remained quiet. We then even offered him our apple, hoping to get an answer out of him. So we tried to bribe the Arahant and hoping to get an answer out of him, and he still remained silent, although he did eat our apple. So then we were grappling, we were trying to figure out what's going on. And after a momentary silence, he offered an interesting response. He said, you're asking the wrong question. What do we do now? Well, if he's saying we're asking the wrong question, then I think we had better ask him. I don't know, what do you think? What do you think we ought to ask him? If he's telling us we're asking the wrong question, maybe we should ask him what question we should be asking. Shall we try that for size? Let's try that. Okay, Venerable Sir, if you're telling us that we're asking the wrong question, what question should we be asking? Oh, he clears his throat, right? Okay, he's ready to speak. He's going to say something, right? Let's see what he's going to say. Ask me how it is that you see the flower is beautiful. Whoa, that's interesting. He just said, ask him how it is that we see that the flower is beautiful. So he's asking us to ask him a different kind of question. He's saying, don't ask me if this flower is beautiful, because what we asked before is, do you see the flower? He said yes. Then we asked, is the flower beautiful? He didn't answer. Then he said, you're asking the wrong question. So we then asked the question, what is the question I should be asking? So we asked for his help, and he said, ask me, why is it that you see the flower is beautiful? Shall we try that then? Alright, let's try that then. Venerable Sir, Why is it that I see the flower is beautiful then? Okay. Let me explain to you. This is where we're going to start our meditation. Do you understand what I did there? See what I did there? I'm asking you all to play the role of an Arahant now. You have just been asked why it is that someone sees a flower is beautiful. The Arahant seat is vacant and there are plenty of seats to go around, so you can all take a seat. Okay? Buckle up. Right? We're going on a rocky ride, right? So we're trying to explain to an idiot why a flower seems beautiful. You all know who that idiot is, right? So we're trying to explain to an idiot why a flower seems beautiful. Alright, so you're all ready? You're all going to do the job or the role of an Arahant now. Remember the questions that we have asked him so far. We have asked her so far, for those who prefer it that way. We asked, I see this flower, do you see it? He said yes. I see this, I hear this bird chirping, do you hear it? He said yes. I can taste this apple, do you taste it? He said yes. I can smell the flower, do you smell it? He said yes. On all 4 occasions he said yes. Then we asked him, I think this flower is beautiful, do you? And he remained silent. Then we asked him, I think the sound that I'm hearing sounds lovely, do you? And he remained silent. Then we offered him our apple and we said, I think this tastes delicious, what do you think, Venerable Sir? And he remained silent. You remember all this, right? And then, because he remained silent, we were scratching our heads wondering what's going on here. At that point he offered us a response and he said, you're asking the wrong question. We were perplexed, but we sort of figured things out and we realized, well, if it's the wrong question, we should probably be asking, what question should we ask? Because I couldn't figure out what question I should be asking. If he's saying it's the wrong question, let's ask him what the right question is, which we did. To which his answer was, ask me why you see the flower is beautiful. Ask me why you hear, or why you think that sound is melodious. Ask me why you think this apple is delicious. Which we did. And now he's about to answer. So, can I now please ask all the Arahants in the room to answer that question silently? Are you all ready? Okay, Venerable Sirs and Venerable Madams, if you are ready, let's all take a moment to answer that question. I'll give you a little time for that, to answer that question, right? And we'll come back and see what your answers were. You had better come up with some reasonable answers, some decent answers. Well, I'm sure you will, because, of course, coming from an Arahant, there is no room for error there, right? So we're all sure about that. Okay, so may I ask the Arahants to now please start answering these questions so that we can figure out why it is that I can see this flower as beautiful and the Arahant does not see it that way. Why is it that I think this apple is delicious, but this Arahant does not feel that way? Let's get some answers. Over to you. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Just as a gentle reminder, the audio will remain muted for the duration of your meditation session, and you will be able to see a message on the display to confirm that this audio is muted. So if you're not hearing anything, that's not because you've gone deaf or that your audio is not working. It's probably because we have still muted ourselves on our end. Healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. May I and all beings in all worlds be healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. May I and all beings in all worlds be healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. May I and all beings in all worlds be healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. May I and all beings in all worlds be healed with the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. Okay. So how did our Arahants fare in answering those questions? Did you all manage to answer those questions satisfactorily, or at least to your satisfaction? I must remind you that there was a time when you were able to answer those questions without any hassle. How did you manage to answer those questions today? Did you have to get up and go into your library to grab your notebook in which you had jotted down your answer to these questions from our sermons a long time ago? That would be an odd type of Arahant, wouldn't it, don't you think? Let me check and I'll let you know. I've got to go check my library. I've got to go check my notes. So my question is, have you forgotten? Did you find that you had forgotten a lot of the things that we had spoken about earlier on? Remember, you used to know all this like the back of your hand. I'm sure, though, some of you will have had no trouble recalling and answering this question. I see a flower. We asked the Arahant, "Do you?" And he or she said yes. We made a remark about the flower and said, "I think it's beautiful." And then we asked the Arahant, why are we asking the Arahant again? We're all trying to become like him. We're all not trying to become like an Arahant, we're all trying to become Arahants, right? So, becoming an Arahant is the same as perceiving this world in the same way as the Arahant does. Because an Arahant is the way the world is perceived. That is what an Arahant is. It's a different way to the way everyone else perceives this world. So, to check if the Arahant perceives the world in the same way that we do, we ask the Arahant, "Is this flower beautiful?" And the Arahant kept quiet. There was no answer. We then tried lots of other sensory inputs, sensory impulses, and checked if they might draw a different sort of response from the Arahant. We asked if the apple was delicious. We asked if the flower smelled nice, and if the sound was melodious. To each of these questions, he remained quiet, silent. And then the Arahant prompted us to ask the right question, which we did. What was our question? Not, is this flower beautiful? Ask me why you see this flower as being beautiful. You got to understand why the Arahant did not answer the first question. Is this flower beautiful? Imagine asking someone, is something beautiful? So, for example, you say, hey, I think that looks nice. What do you think? If the other person goes, no, I don't think so. To the mind of a Prutagjana, the way they perceive that response is, this person finds this ugly. So they don't find this good looking, they don't find this beautiful, meaning must imply that they think of this in the opposite idea. So they have an opposite perception of this. So whatever is opposite of beautiful, that's ugly. I don't think so. I don't think that's beautiful. Meaning, I find this ugly. Usually the Pratagjana mind works in the two extremes. Either left or right. There's no middle ground. There's no different perspective. So this is why the Arahant did not answer that question. Because had he answered, no, I don't think it's beautiful, it would have immediately popped into our minds that he thinks that this flower is ugly, so therefore let's try a different kind of flower. Perhaps if we are showing him water lilies, maybe it's because he likes jasmines. So if you ask, do you think this is beautiful? And he says, no, I don't think so. Usually the next question the following question will probably be sounding like, well, what sort of flower do you think is beautiful then? Why would you ask that question? It's because you perceived the previous response as being, I don't think this is beautiful, but surely something else has got to be. This is why the Arahant refrained from answering that question. And in its stead, what did he say? Ask me why you see this flower as being beautiful. Right? And that is the question you went and hopefully contemplated on and have come back with some answers. What are the answers you've got? I don't think this flower is beautiful. Or really, his answer was, ask me why you see this flower as being beautiful. What sort of answers have you got? Ask me why I think this flower is beautiful. What sort of answers have you got for that? So we asked him that question. Why do you think this flower is beautiful? Or why do I think that this flower is beautiful? What are some of the answers you've come up with? Some of you may have started with talking about, all that we talked about when we discussed the doctrine, the core essentials of the Dhamma, about Rupa and Vedana and Sanya, Sankara and Vijnana, and how the eye meets a sight. Right? We talked about this last week also. How the eye meets a sight. So the sight on this occasion is the flower. The eye meets the sight and it registers. It registers a response or an impulse even. A sensory impulse is registered in the mind. Remember the first question we asked the Arahant? I see a flower, do you see it too? What was the answer? Yes, indeed, I do. Does that not tell us that registration most certainly happened in the mind of the Arahant also? What we are trying to figure out is how come an Arahant can only see the flower but not its beauty? Is it because he is lacking taste? No, not taste as in taste bud taste. You know how we say, I just don't have any taste in this sort of music. I find classical music is my genre of music. I don't find, rhythm. I don't find blues, or I don't find jazz type of music very very appealing. It's not my taste. Not my cup of tea, you'll have heard people say. Is that because it's not the Arahant's cup of tea? No. So hopefully that's not the answer you came back with. What is the answer you've come back with? Hopefully you'll have, having taken a start, or having had a start along the lines of, it's the eye and sight that meet each other. This is what we refer to as being the institutes, the 6 faculties even, in our previous sermon. Eye being a faculty, the sight being a faculty. And once they come into contact through vipaka, that is just energy. Energy. It is an energy that brings the eye and sight into contact. In the presence of that energy, these two things come together, and what we get is a sensory input or a sensory impulse on the mind. This is the Rupa Rupa. Did you all get that far? Did you? I recall from just my mind juggling my memory back to the days we used to do these meditation sessions at the monastery. I recall some of you used to bring notebooks, and some of you to fight the tendency to, that we should not be speaking. That happens when you close your eyes. When that happens, I recall some of you were courageous, and so what you did was, instead of closing your eyes and contemplating, some of you, I recall, used to write things down in an exercise book, in a notebook. So the thoughts that come into your mind, you jot them down. Do you remember doing that? I remember very, very vividly, very well, that some of you used to do that, and I really appreciated that. Rather than dozing off, you did the right thing, that is, not waste your time, and you jotted things down. The ideas that flew through your mind, or flowed through your mind, you jotted down on your notebook, and that was excellent. So, if you have been making either tangible notes or mental notes, what does your note say? Does it talk about the vipaka and how the eye meets the sight in the presence of vipaka energy, and as a result of this, a sight is registered as a sensory impulse on the mind? Remember, we asked this of the Arahant, and they agreed that they feel the same way. Our next question was, I see this as being beautiful, do you? Now, here's where we struggle to get a response from the Arahant. I see this as being beautiful. So what he is saying is, or what he's saying by not saying anything, is that he cannot answer this question. It's interesting to note here that he does not say no to this question. Because he could have said that, couldn't he? Venerable Sir, do you think this flower is beautiful? He could have just as well said, no, I don't. He didn't say that. He didn't say yes either. He went for the third option, which was refraining from answering the question. Now that says a lot. What was even more interesting was the response which eventually came out of him, that was, ask me why I see beauty. When someone says, ask me why, as a response to something, what does that tell us? Ask me why. Or someone asks you why. Someone asks you why, or they say ask me why. Whenever you see why, the word why, what does that tell you? What's hidden behind the word why? What's hidden in the answer to the word why, or to the question why? I think you all know what I'm getting at. These are causes. So what he's saying is, there are causes which result in you seeing beauty. Right? So if you were to put on the Sherlock Holmes hat for a moment and play a little bit of analytics here, try and understand the response from the Arahant, why he's responding in this unusual fashion. He's neither accepting nor denying, and instead what he's offering is a question, or he's asking us to revise the question. Well, if the question's wrong, he could have just as easily said no, which he didn't. But he didn't agree either, which is also interesting. And he went for the third option, which was, he said, you're asking the wrong question. Now that is really, really, really interesting. So putting on the Sherlock Holmes hat for a moment, what he's saying by not saying yes to the question, do you think this flower is beautiful, is that he does not see beauty. Because that is what we ask, right? I see beauty because we know that we are seeing beauty. I mean, you don't need to ask that from the Arahant. Venerable Sir, do I see this as being beautiful? Clearly that's not a question that you need to be asking, because you're talking about something that you feel. So, and he knows that. Does he not? Right? So sometimes when someone asks you a question, or from someone's response to your question, you can figure out what they know about you. So when you're telling the Arahant, I see this beauty, I think this is beautiful, do you think so too? Clearly the Arahant knows that you're seeing beauty. He knows that you know that you're seeing beauty, which is why you just confirmed that statement. And now you're asking, do you see this as being beautiful? To which he does not answer yes. So if you take these two statements together, I think what we can infer from this is, or what we can most certainly infer from this is, I'm seeing something that he's not seeing. I'm seeing something that he's not seeing. However, he's not denying it either. He's not denying beauty. Do you see that? If he had given a straightforward no, then he denies the presence of beauty, which he doesn't do either. This is why he does not say no, point blank. He chooses to remain silent in the face of this question. So now we can think what he might be thinking. He's not denying the presence of beauty, meaning that for me to be feeling beauty, for me to be seeing beauty is perfectly normal. Can we not gather that? It seems plausible that we are seeing beauty. There has to be it must be okay that I'm seeing beauty. Otherwise he should have said, no, you shouldn't be seeing beauty. He doesn't say that. So let's confirm. Let's check our understanding that we know these three things. 1, I see beauty. 2, the Arahant does not see beauty. 3, me seeing beauty seems to be acceptable. Right? Can we not gather these three things? Can we not infer these three things? I see beauty, therefore this is why I have asked this question. I have confirmed I can see beauty. I mean, you don't need to check that with anyone. You know you're seeing beauty. But when you ask the Arahant, is this beautiful? He does not say yes, which means he's not seeing it. But he knows that I'm seeing it. Knowing that I see beauty, he does not say that I should not be seeing beauty. Because he knows very well, I've just said, right? I've just said I see beauty, and he knows this. But he does not say that you should be seeing beauty. So that confirms to us that he thinks it's acceptable that I am seeing beauty. I think we can infer these three things from here. And then he offers a suggestion. Ask me why you see beauty. I think there's, to the analytical mind, there's a lot that can be inferred from this. Have you never wondered how come Upadesa was able to attain the state of Sotapanna by hearing 2 lines from a 4-line verse? Ye dhamma hetu pabhava te sanghetu tathagato aha. 2 lines. It was not even the complete thing. Te sanchayo nirodho evangvadi maha samana was what he then was what the Venerable Asaji uttered, but Upadesa did not require the last 2 lines. He only required the first 2 lines to reach the state of Sotapanna. Now, you understand that you cannot attain the state of Sotapanna unless you have understood cause and effect. Not in its entirety, but unless you have understood that the cause of that suffering is causal, meaning it is conditioned. See how much we can infer from just silence and one statement. Sometimes silence speaks volumes. Does it not on this occasion? Clearly? Well, I know among you will be some who are very analytical, and I'm offering something for your philosophical musings, if you like. How come Upadesa was able to achieve the state of Sotapanna, the first state of sainthood, or the first state on the path to sainthood, by simply listening to 2 lines? Ye dhamma hetu pabhava te sang hetu tathagato aha. See, what he's referring to there, ye dhamma hetu pabhava te sang hetu tathagato aha, is along the lines of what I'm trying to explain to you here. When you ask someone, I'm seeing something, do you see it? And they say yes. So now you're both on level playing field. Meaning, that which can be seen thus far is seen to both parties. Meaning, you're equal in that sense. So there is no disparity there. So we don't need to get level on that. From that perspective, we are already level. So I don't need to get level with an Arahant in that sense. What I'm seeing, he's also seeing. If I'm seeing a flower, he's seeing a flower. Fantastic. I don't. It's not like I'm seeing a flower and he's seeing an elephant. Now we got a problem. I'm seeing a flower, he's seeing a flower. Brilliant. Now we are on a level playing field, which means I don't need to get level with him in that sense. But then I ask him, I see beauty? Do you? He remains quiet. His silence is actually not silence after all. He's actually offering us an answer. In fact, he's offering us two answers. One answer is, I'm not seeing what you're seeing. And the other answer he's offering is, it is perfectly acceptable that you're seeing what you're seeing. All of this he's saying out loud by remaining silent. And you are wondering, how did Upadhyaya become a Sotapanna just by listening to 2 lines? I'm saying silence, and he said a lot. The great Venerable Asaji uttered 4 lines. In our example here, this Arahant remains quiet. He's silent. This silence is speaking volumes. You have just confirmed that I see beauty. The Arahant remains silent. What does it mean? Let's confirm this. What does it mean? It means, because you're asking him, Venerable Sir, I see beauty, do you? First you asked, I see the flower, do you? And he said yes. If he had said no at that point, then we're talking about a different kind of problem. But that's not what the problem we're talking about here. Now you're saying, I see beauty, do you? And his response is silence. He's not saying yes, neither is he saying no. If he had said yes, I also see beauty, again, no problem. I'm level with the Arahant in that sense also. So I'm seeing the flower, he's seeing the flower. I'm seeing beauty, he's seeing beauty. I see beautiful flower, he sees beautiful flower. End of problem. What if he had said no? If he had said no, then what he's saying is, by saying no, what he's saying is, you seeing beauty cannot happen. So he by saying no to us in response to our question, Venerable Sir, do you see this flower as being beautiful just as much as I do? If he had said no to this question, what he's saying is, you are not entitled to feel that way. You oughtn't be feeling that way. You shouldn't be feeling that way. You shouldn't be seeing beauty. If he had said that, what he's implying is, now, you ready for this? This is for the super analytical people among you. If he had said no to that answer, what he's saying is, suffering is not conditional. Is what he's implying by that. He's implying that suffering is not conditional. And then we'd be stuffed. How is it that he's saying that suffering is not conditional? Well, if he's saying that you should not be seeing beauty, then what he's saying is you've lost your mind. You've gone insane. What does he say instead? He remains silent. By which he's implying that it's perfectly reasonable that you, in other words us, the person asking the question, is seeing beauty. But I'm not, is what he's saying. So what's he saying by that? What he's saying is, there are causes that are with you which allow you to see beauty, but those causes do not exist with me. By which he's saying, beauty is the result of causes. You know that from studying the Dhamma, that beauty is relief from vexation. Is an experience you experience that way. So for beauty to exist, there has to be vexation. In other words, the beast. For vexation to exist, there has to be attachment, and for attachment to exist, there has to be ignorance. Again, Cause and effect. So you see, by remaining silent, what he's saying is, there are causes with you which allow you to see beauty. In other words, he's actually saying out loud, by remaining silent, that suffering is conditional. Actually, he's preaching dependent origination by remaining silent. He's talking to us about dependent origination while remaining silent. And then comes the final confirmation of this, when he says, ask me why you see beauty. And you see, it's not easy for the untamed mind to understand the wisdom that lay within the mind of those who are pure-minded. Do you see that by remaining silent, he's speaking volumes? Are you beginning to see that? I'm sure you thought of all of these things in that 15 minutes, didn't you? Let me talk you through this again one more time, just to get your heads straight around this point. Because it's an interesting point. It's a very interesting point, because for those of you who are, I'm the non-believing one, right? There are those people also, right? I don't believe in the Buddha. How can anyone become a Sotapanna by listening to 2 lines? I've been listening to sermons all my life, right? And I still cheat on my wife. How can one become a Sotapanna by listening to 2 lines? That's impossible. For the skeptics among you, hopefully who still have the capacity to think and analyze, I'm showing you that you don't need 2 lines to become a Sotapanna. Silence is enough. After all, again, it's 2 lines. What was the first line? I see beauty. Do you? That was the first line. Second line was from the Arahant. You're asking the wrong question. Ask me, why is it you see beauty? There you go, 2 lines. In those 2 lines is contained the 4 Noble Truths. It contains the entirety of Dhamma, the most profound Dhamma taught by the Buddha, which after all is that suffering is conditional. That's contained within these 2 lines. You only need 2 lines to become a Sotapanna, I tell you. How many lines of Dhamma have you been listening to so far? That must be why people complain that these sermons are too long. Now I get it. Swami Nuhansa, you're preaching too much. All we need is 2 lines. So note to self, from next day, 2 lines. Okay, I'll do that from next week. Next Sunday's sermon will start at 2 o'clock and it will finish at 5 seconds past 2. Oh no, we've got to do the merit transfer, right? And the invitation to the Devas, right? Let's say 2:15 will be done. Okay, I'll give you 2 lines and I'll leave you to it, because you're all as as wise and intelligent and clever, like Upatissa. Do you see why he deserves to be the chief disciple of the Buddha? Or do you see why he is chief among the wise ones? Can you see the amount of wisdom that mind must have possessed? Let me explain it to you again. I see a flower. I open my eyes and I can see a flower. Let's ask an Arahant. Venerable Sir, do you see this flower? Yes, I do. Brilliant. Remember that an Arahant knows that you are not an Arahant. We are working on that assumption. This Arahant that we are talking to knows that we are not an Arahant. So, what is his intention in having this conversation with you? What is it? Getting a free apple out of it? No, I don't think so. The intention of this Arahant is to help you become an Arahant. So this Arahant knows that we are not an Arahant. Right? So let's bear that in mind. This is the information in the unsaid. As I said, put on your Sherlock Holmes hat. Because I can't be saying put on your Upatissa hat because it won't fit. It's huge. It'll cover the whole of you. You won't need anything else once you put that hat on. So forget the Upatissa hat, try your Sherlock Holmes hat. So this Arahant knows that we are not an Arahant. So the Arahant knows what we see and what we don't see. What we feel and what we don't feel. Because he was once like me. Okay? So we ask the Arahant, Venerable Sir, do you see the flower? He says yes. Because he knows that in saying yes, no harm is done. Because the flower is being seen by me just as much as it is visible and can be observed by the Arahant. Okay. Fantastic. We are level now. We can move on. I see that the flower is beautiful. I then make a remark about the flower to the Arahant. Venerable Sir, I think this flower is beautiful. You can imagine he's expecting me to be saying these words anyway. How come? He was once just like me. Now, in these words, you must also see the compassion that flows in abundance on the mind of an Arahant. Remember, the Arahant is not going to get a free apple out of this conversation. He is trying to help me become an Arahant. Right? So he's trying to help us become Arahants. Right? So we ask the question, Venerable Sir, I think this flower is beautiful. What do you think? And he remains silent. We could have asked, I think this flower is beautiful. Do you? He remains silent. What does his silence tell us? His silence is confirmation that he does not see the beauty in the flower. How do we know this? Well, that's why he's remaining silent. Because there are only two answers to this question. Because you're asking a binary question. If he had said yes, I see the beauty in this flower, then he's answered yes twice. The first was to, do I see this flower? He said yes. Do you also see beauty in this flower? He also says yes. Right, end of conversation. We can move on and share that apple and have a good time. But his answer is not yes. It's silence, by which he's confirming to us that he does not see beauty in the flower. So now we have a problem, right? This is the beginning of the problem. Up until now there was no problem, because he saw the flower, I saw the flower, we both saw the flower, no problem. What he's saying is, I don't see beauty in the flower, but I'm seeing beauty in the flower. Now that's the beginning of the problem, right? Okay. He doesn't see the flower. That's why he's not saying yes. But why is he not saying no? He could have. He could have said, no, I don't see beauty in the flower. Because had he said no, what is implying is, it is not possible for beauty to be seen by anyone. Let's imagine you're saying, I think this flower is beautiful. Is this flower beautiful? Okay, let's try that way. Okay, Venerable Sir, our first question was, Venerable Sir, this is a flower, isn't it? He goes, yes. Then you ask, Venerable Sir, this flower is beautiful, isn't it? And he remains silent. If he had said yes, then there's no problem. But he didn't say yes, meaning there's a problem. Why? I'm seeing it is beautiful, but he's not. But he also doesn't say no. He doesn't deny it. What was the question you asked again? This flower is beautiful, isn't it? He does not say no. Had he said no, that would have implied that beauty is an impossibility. That it is entirely impossible for anyone in any state of mind to be thinking or even talking about something called beauty. But that's not what he's saying. So by not saying no, right, so by not denying this, what is he saying? What is he implying? He's implying that although I, as the Arahant, do not see beauty in this flower, it's perfectly acceptable that you see beauty in the flower. Do you see that? Do you understand that? That's why his silence says two things. One, I, the Arahant, do not see it as beauty, do not see beauty. But you, the non-Arahant, I can understand why you see beauty. His silence conveys these two things. Now, what does that tell us? There's a flower, someone sees beauty, the other one doesn't. What it tells us is, there's a reason why someone sees beauty and why the other one doesn't. There's a reason why someone sees beauty and why the other one doesn't. So there must be a reason. Or at least you're trying to get your head around why is this? I'm not seeing beauty, but the Arahant is seeing beauty. There's a problem here. Sorry, the other way around. I'm seeing beauty, but the Arahant is not seeing beauty. So there's a problem here. So there must be a reason. And that's when the Arahant says, well, why don't you go ahead and ask me what that reason is? In other words, why don't you ask me why you see beauty? Do you not see cause and effect in that? Do you not see how he says that beauty is a problem? Why are we asking this question of an Arahant? Is it not because we have accepted that he is someone who has solved this problem? So whatever, remember, he's our benchmark, right? So if he's going through something and if he's feeling something and I'm feeling exactly the same way, I'm problem free myself. But if he's not going through something that I'm going through, if he's not feeling something that I'm feeling, then there's a problem with me. I understand that because I'm talking to an Arahant. So I have already accepted that the Arahant is perfect here. He's my benchmark. I'm striving to be the Arahant. So when he points it out to me through silence, that I'm seeing beauty, but he's not, do I not now understand that seeing beauty is a problem? So now do I not see that beauty is a problem? Isn't that the first noble truth? That there is a problem. That beauty is suffering. Do I also not understand that there are causes to this? Because I know that the Arahant was once just like me. Now the Arahant is the Arahant, so he's changed. So there must be a cause. Something must have changed. So if something's changing, then that thing that is changing is a cause. What else can you change in this world other than causes? You can't change anything else. So if something has changed for this man, this person to go from being a Pruthakjana like myself to an Arahant, then something must have changed. Implying that there are causes. This is what we can infer from it. So if beauty is what we have seen as the problem, now we are beginning to see that there are causes behind it. So we have already established the first noble truth, beauty. Now we are beginning to see the second noble truth, that there are causes that give rise to beauty. There are causes that enable me to see beauty, but the Arahant, no. For the Arahant to not be seeing beauty, there are causes. That also tells us something else. Once those causes have been eradicated, then the problem must also be eradicated. How? Well, I'm talking to an Arahant who was once like me. I'm talking to an Arahant who was once like me. Right? So how did he change? He must have changed the causes. So change the causes, the effect will be affected. The effect will change. So the basic premise of cause and effect is entailed here, or is included here, is contained within these lines. So cease the cause and the effect shall cease. Isn't that the third noble truth? So now you have the three noble truths contained in what? One question and silence. Oh, that's probably why they asked us not to preach. Now I get it. Silence speaks louder than words, folks. You just got to be wise enough to understand and penetrate what is superficially obvious or apparent. Dig deep and then you will find answers. Now if you're waiting for the fourth, how about I let you figure that out? Should I? I don't know, I'm just checking, do I feel mean today or do I feel kind today? Just asking myself. Alright, I feel generous today. Must be a good day. Te sang hetu. Te sang hetu. Te sang hetu. Did you pick up on that? Ignorance and attachment is the reason, are the causes that you see beauty. So ridding ignorance and attachment, eradicating ignorance and attachment, if you have accepted that seeing beauty is the problem, and then now you see that ignorance and attachment are the causes. Once you have eradicated ignorance and attachment, you no longer see beauty. The path that the Buddha teaches is the path to eradicating ignorance and attachment. The thing is this: you don't need to be taught the path one step at a time. All you need to be shown is that ignorance and attachment is what is causing this problem. Because the moment you see that, now you see that the uprooting of ignorance and attachment is the way forward. That is what Samma Ditti is. One who has attained Samma Ditti does not need to be taught at school one step at a time. Guess what comes next is Samma Sankappa. Or guess what comes next is Samma Vacha. Guess what comes next is Samma Sankappa. Or Samma Kammanta, Samma Ajiva, Samma Vayam. You don't need to be told those things. All they need to be shown is that ignorance and attachment are the causes here. You got to understand that this verse was uttered to Upatissa. Anyone else and they wouldn't have gotten it. So if ignorance and attachment are the causes of suffering, because we have already seen that beauty is a problem, so beauty has to be suffering. Why? The Arahant is not seeing beauty. Anything that the Arahant does not experience and I experience, that's got to be suffering. Because I understand, didn't Upatissa observe the Arahant initially and before he posed those questions to him? Whenever, sir, in seeing you, I'm overjoyed. Your senses are disciplined. I find your senses very appealing. Your senses in the sense, the way you conduct yourself. Your conduct is very appealing. It's very appeasing. It's very calming. It's medicine for the soul, just to watch you. So he observes that this is someone who must have eradicated suffering, because he was on the quest for what? Satcha. King Satcha Gavesi, King Kusala Gavesi. You remember this from Dasahamru's sermon about Kolita, Kolita, who later on went on to become the great elder Moggallana. They went looking for the truth. In other words, they wanted to eradicate suffering. I mean, does anyone look for anything else how educated do you need to be to answer that question? The only obstacle to happiness is what? Of course, it's suffering. So when one goes looking for the truth, one goes looking to learn how to put an end to suffering. And having seen the great elder Asaji Thero, he stops to ask this question. So a similar conversation to the one we just had with the Arahants would have happened then. He probably would have said something like, Venerable Sir, because we are only shown what we're only given in the text a very brief extract from the conversation that they would have had. I would imagine the Venerable Asaji Thero did not say much. He was a very quiet character. He didn't need to say much. Guess who's standing in front of him? He didn't need to say much. So the conversation would have been something along the lines of, Venerable Sir, I'm Upatissa from such and such. These are my descendants. This is my father. I'm the son of. This is how they used to introduce themselves back in the day. Today they go, I'm doctor, I'm professor, right? Like back then they used to say, I'm the son of. And he would have gone on to say, I have a rich life. He would have introduced himself, surely, right? I have a rich life. I have friends. I have family. I have everything I could possibly imagine. I come from a wealthy family. You'll hear more about him at some point in the future when Dasahandru decides to talk about the great elder Sariputta Thero. So I have a beautiful life. Money, vehicles, servants, food. I live in the lap of luxury. Right? The world is beautiful. Life is beautiful, but something doesn't seem right. Isn't that along the same lines of the question that we just asked at Arahant? Didn't what Upatissa asked the Arahant, Venerable Sir, do you see this world? And he said, yes. This world is beautiful, isn't it? And then he says, Ye dhamma hetu pabhava. Tesang hetu tathagatavaha. He did not say yes. He did not say no. In saying neither of these things, he spoke volumes. As the Venerable Sariputta, who was to be the Venerable Sariputta, this great mind, I think it does not suffice for me to be saying great. Whose wisdom is only second to the Tathagata, reads between these words. Every syllable, he understands something out of it. Every syllable that comes through these words, he understands it. Every letter spoken, he gets it. He gets the deep and profound meaning behind it. He realizes the depth in these words. This is the maturing of many kalpas of merit. A beautiful occasion. An earth-shattering moment. Because had it not been for that occasion, we would not have had the great elder Sariputta today. if nothing else, to venerate. And have as a role model. Ye dhamma hetu pabhava. See, this is exactly what we heard the Arahant ask us. Ask me why it is you see beauty. Ye dhamma hetu pabhava. That's exactly those words translated to English. Ye dhamma hetu pabhava. Ask me the causes. Te sang hetu. He also gives the answer. Sang. Tathagato aha. That's how you can become the Tathagata. What? Become a Buddha? Well, Tathagata is another name for an Arahant. One who has become unshaken, unshakable. One who has achieved stableness. An unshakable mind. Of course, there is one sense, this is the Dhamma that is taught by the Tathagata, of course. And I'm not denying that. But if you look at it through a microscope, then you begin to see what he's saying is, this is how one becomes a Tathagata. By eradicating ignorance and attachment. So now he's got the first, the second, the third, and the fourth Noble Truths. When these two lines are being preached, and you have Upatissa in front of it, how can becoming Sotapanna not happen? So the question that, what comes to your mind is, how did he become a Sotapanna? That's not the question that should come to mind. What should be coming to your mind is, the Venerable Asaji, who was an Arahant, is preaching, Ye dhamma hetu pabhava te sang hetu tathagato aha, and Upatissa became a Sotapanna, and you should be going, like, duh. Meaning, obviously, how many times do you think you got to teach the Four Noble Truths to Upatissa before he gets it? But I thought he was just like me. No. You've only got to teach it to him once. You don't even need to teach it to him. You just got to give him a taste of it. And he gets it. Because he's the one who gets it. He gets it. So, when I asked you to meditate, I think I gave you about 15 minutes. You thought about all of this, right? The Four Noble Truths. It is impossible for someone to become a Sotapanna without understanding, comprehending the Four Noble Truths. That I will give you any day. It is impossible. And only a Buddha or a Pacceka Buddha will understand the Four Noble Truths on one's own accord. Anyone else will have to be taught all four of them. Not one of them, not two, not three, but all four of them. The clever, wise, analytical mind is able to penetrate that which has been spoken, dig deep, and find what they're looking for. So if you've ever wondered up until this point, how is it even possible that someone can listen to those two lines and become a Sotapanna? Hopefully, you got the answer today. Kolita, on the other hand, needed to be told, te sanchayo nirodho. Upadisa did not need to be informed of that. He was able to figure that out himself. Because he read between the lines. He was able to read silence. Does that mean Kolita had less intelligence and wisdom? Who are you and I to be talking about his wisdom? Are we nuts? Who are you and I to be talking about how vast the ocean is? Who are you and I to be talking about how many grains of sand make up the Himalayas? What qualifications do we have? So how about we don't talk things that are outside of our reach? How about we settle for things that simpletons like you and I can understand, and leave Upadisa and Kolita to figure out who's got more wisdom? You want to work that out? Be my guest. Which ocean holds more water? A little pond like me? I'm not qualified to answer that question. So I refrain from answering that question. But what I'm saying is, I'm not trying to show you the difference between their wisdom. That's like saying which one's bigger, infinity or infinity? Or infinity plus one or infinity? Which one's bigger? Right? What I'm trying to show you is, how come Upadisa was able to grasp, abstract, penetrate the four sublime truths in those few words? Is it no wonder then he went on to become chief among the wise disciples of the Supreme One? It's no wonder. So, I'm sure you thought about all that when you were meditating in that 15 minutes. I'm just jesting. But do you see that contemplation leads you a long way? You just got to work things out. Remember, Sherlock Holmes didn't become a Sotapan. He couldn't work out the Four Noble Truths. He worked out the integrity of an alibi, but he didn't work out the Four Noble Truths. Perhaps because he wasn't presented then. Although, that being the case, you, on the other hand, must understand and appreciate how fortunate you are. We are blessed with the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha. The teacher, the teachings, and those assistants, the teaching assistants, who help us make sense of the teaching. Teacher, teaching assistants are all useful only to students. Open your eyes. And you shall see. I encourage you to always be open-minded, particularly as we go into as we go forwards in these sermons, and not just these sermons when you come to the monastery once again. Chances are we'll be able to let you do that in the near future. So keep an ear out for news around that. I'm not going to say anything now, but keep an eye out, keep an ear out. You will get to hear news about that in the upcoming announcements. I'm saying, keep an open mind. Always accept that there is more to what meets the eye. Don't tell yourself that what you have understood is everything. Always allow room for growth. I'd even say it's safe to assume that whenever you have listened to a sermon, you have not understood everything in it. You may have understood the words, but the essence of it, you may not have understood fully. Chances are you haven't. There's a 99% you haven't understood all of it. There's 1% that you have chance that you have understood all of it. This is why I encourage you to remain open-minded and to go back and listen to the sermons. This is what I'm trying to show you. In 2 lines, we are able to see the Four Noble Truths. We are able to see how silence speaks volumes. One question. Actually, all we had was 2 questions or 1 question. 1 statement and silence. This is beautiful, isn't it? Silence. Ask me why you see it as being beautiful. That's a statement. That's a command or a statement. The first was a question, and in between you had silence. 2 lines uttered, and silence in between. You had the 4 Noble Truths contained within that. Keep your eyes open. Keep your ears open. Be open-minded. Allow the Mahasangha to do their wonder upon you. To do their wonder to you even. Allow them to change your life. Embrace them. Because they are the teaching assistants who bring the teaching of the Buddha to us. This is what I do on a regular basis. I'm always willing to learn. I'm always willing to change myself. I consider myself a lifelong student. Again, something that Dasahandru reminded us when he did his sermon. Remain a lifelong student. Are you taking these lessons? Because I am. I listen to each of those sermons. I take mental notes. I take notes in my notebook. But he's only a young monk. That's where you're going to get it wrong. Don't see young and old in the Mahasangha. You got to see the virtues that are entailed within what we consider the Mahasangha, or what the Mahasangha is. Look at the intentions behind the sermons. What is the purpose of those sermons? If you have understood only 50%, that's because your capacity is 50%. Or maybe your capacity is 70%. You didn't try hard enough. That's why you stopped at 50. Had you tried harder, you would have gone to 70. I assure you there's a lot of depth in all of these words. So remain open-minded and always be willing to learn. Always consider yourself a student. And I think great things will happen in your life. As I said, we are planning on reopening the monastery, at least in phases, because we don't want to put everything at jeopardy. But in phases we will be reopening the monastery. You have all remained safe throughout this time. We want to ensure that we do our duty, particularly to you all, because I don't know about you, but we understand the value of your life. I firmly believe that those who come through these gates, those who listen to these sermons, are people who are committed to achieving their salvation and helping others do the same. That sort of life is 1,000,000 trillion times more valuable than one whose purpose is to indulge in sensual pleasures and keep doing that until time's up. Therefore, when it's a life that is focused and whose purpose is the attainment of Nibbana, naturally we give it more value. That is why we have, up until this point, remained very cautious and not created an environment in which you are exposed to things that are untoward your well-being. But we understand that things are settling down now, and I think people are slowly but gradually getting back to their usual routines. So we will be opening the gates again in phases. The information, the announcements will I assure you will reach you through the usual channels. So don't be worried or concerned that I haven't shared any of the particulars in this sermon, but they will come to you. And when you return, I want you to remind yourself of who you were the first time you came here. Don't forget that. Remember that you're walking through these gates so that you don't have to walk through these gates again. Hopefully these are the last gates that you'll have to walk through. Many gates have opened in the past and many gates have closed behind you. So always remain purposeful and make sure that that purpose, that goal, that aim, that ambition is nothing other than the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. Okay, so indeed this was a meditation session, but I did allow you some time to meditate, and I was just relating the things that I'm sure you would have meditated on. So you can't find me entirely guilty of playing foul. I did allow you some time to meditate. But what I'm saying is, these are things that I want you all to be able to meditate without having to have a meditation session as such. Only a novice needs time to sit down under a tree, or anywhere for that matter. With practice, meditation becomes a daily routine. Like breathing. You don't have a special time to breathe in the day, do you? Do you timetable that? Likewise, your meditation is contemplation. Contemplation on the truth, on the facts, on that which is real. That has to happen throughout the day, doing whatever. Doing all the things you're doing on a daily basis. Okay, so do attempt to make time for that. Right. You got to listen to the great elder Moggallana, and then last week you got to listen to the great nun Patachara. I always remind you to take lessons from these lives, and again, that's the difficult stuff. This is the easy stuff, I assure you. That's the difficult stuff. You need to know what you're aiming at, what your targets must be. In any good organization, they set you targets, right? Weekly targets, monthly targets, biannual targets, annual targets, 5 years, 10-year, 20-year targets. What is your target? You should be able to say, I want to become like, and fill that blank with one of the names that you get to hear from Dasahandru's sermons. So whoever you had in there previous to listen to those sermons, I'm hoping will be replaced by some of these names. Like Kisa Gautami, Patachara, the Venerable Sariputta, Moggallana, Mahakashyapa, Nanda, Rahula, Ananda. These will be names you'll get to hear in future. And from each of these lives, there's so much to take away. But as I said, don't try to take away 100 things. Take away one and work on that. Each story, take away a lesson. What did you take away from the life of Patachara, the great nun? When you listen to her story, did you not feel how can a person, as a normal person, go through so much torment, turmoil, and hardship, and still retain her sanity? She almost went insane. How she was able to, a lot of people will say, well, that's the grace of the Buddha. Okay, I'll give you 50% for that. But the other 50% was Patachara, not the Buddha. Because, when you say, well, that's the grace of the Buddha, that's a getaway clause. That's a get out of jail free card. Well, that's the Buddha. We don't have the Buddha now, so hey. We don't have the Buddha now, but we have Patacharas even to this day. Why can't you be like her? Is that because there's no Buddha around today? That's your get out of jail free card. Shame on you. Drop that card already. Otherwise you've learned nothing. With each of these stories, I agree, the Buddha played a big part in changing those lives. Well, doesn't the Buddha prevail to this day? For as long as my dharma and my vinaya prevail, the Tathagata prevails, is the Buddha's words. So doesn't the Buddha prevail to this day? Otherwise your intention is to wait until the Maitri Buddha comes along, is it? That sounds like the talk of a loser, which I'm sure you're not. Patachara is deserving of credit. I don't think you should be throwing all of it at the Buddha. He did what he had to do, but remember, she did what she had to do. If she hadn't done what she had to do, he wouldn't have done what he had to do. It's not like the teacher appears and the student is ready. That's not the way it works. When the student is ready, the teacher appears. So wasn't Patachara ready for the teacher to have appeared? What are you waiting for? The teacher to appear, right? And then I'll be ready. I'm saying drop those excuses. The way it works is, first you get ready, and then you don't need to invite the teacher. The teacher will be there, right in front of you. The Dhamma prevails, the Vinaya prevails, the Mahasangha prevails, and hence the Buddha prevails. None of that is lost in the sands of time. It's all there. The pristine Dhamma is here with us. It's still here with us. In 2 lines you can preach the 4 Noble Truths. Come on. Who dares say that the Dhamma is lost? In 2 lines from a 4-line verse you can preach the 4 Noble Truths. You can teach someone the Dhamma. You can change one from a Pruthagjana to a Sotapanna. Who's going to challenge that? Who can challenge that? What are you waiting for? In the face of so much trouble, hardship, misfortune, look at how she conducted herself. Can you imagine her at the Buddha's feet? Yes, the Buddha with all his mercy, said, "Sister, come to your senses." That was his part. I agree. I'm not belittling the Buddha. Like, duh. He is our master. Yes, I get all that. Yes, he is the Tathagata, the Supreme One, the unparalleled One, the perfect One. All that. Yes. But let us give Patachara credit for what she was able to do, what she managed to do. When all that had happened to her, she pulled herself together, folks. I want you to see that. Without as much as a thread on her body, when she met the Buddha, she was able to regain her senses. Her sense. Get back up on her 2 feet. Are you telling me that When she practiced the Dhamma, she wasn't reminded of all the misfortune that she went through in her life. What, she went straight from Pruthajjana to Arahant? Like some people claim they can do? No, Bhattacharya was a very normal Arahant. She went first from Pruthajjana to Sotapanna, having listened to the teaching of the Great One. Having become a Sotapanna, she still felt a deep scar at the grief and loss of her children, of her husband, a beloved husband, and her family. All of them gone in one day. How much hardship have you had to endure in your life? What have you lost in comparison? Have you lost your 2 children? What have you lost? And despite all that, she still endured. Can you see the resilience that was in her mind? I will not fail. Throw an obstacle in my way, and the obstacle must move. I ain't moving. That's the kind of stuff Arahants are made of. Throw an obstacle in my way. The obstacle must move. I am moving. Husband dies. Yeah, obstacle. Has got to move. I am moving. Child dies. Obstacle to my Nibbana. Has got to move. I am moving. Another child dies. Same day. Obstacle must move. I am moving. Mother dies. Same day. Obstacle must move. I'm not moving. Father dies. Obstacle must move. I'm not moving. Brother dies. Obstacle must move. I'm not moving. If she had more family, I'll tell you something that I'm 100% sure of. If she had more children and an extended family, and all of them died, she'd still have become an Arahant. The deaths that she had to endure, you can count on the fingers of one hand. But even if you couldn't, if she had lost an entire extended family, her cousins and brothers and sisters and mother, father, more children, all that, she'd still have become an Arahat nun. And still have gone on to become chief among the nuns in the Vinaya. What have you lost? What are your complaints? What have you lost because of which you think Nibbana ain't gonna happen for me? What have you lost because of which you feel, that's just too much to handle, I can't do Nibbana anymore? What have you lost? If that's how you feel, then I'm telling you, you haven't lost something you should have. That's a tail and a pair of horns. There's so much we can take from these life folks. This is why I wanted to bring these lives to the forefront. I want you to live and breathe the essence that is in these wonderful lives. So many examples to take. So much courage, determination and resolve that we can absorb from their lives. They lived their lives to be an example for us. That's why they lived, to be an example for us. So that people after them, men, women and children, to come after them, to seek refuge in the Sambuddha Shasana, can have someone to look up to, can have a role model. For young boys to have a role model, for young girls to have a role model, for people who've lived in the pangs of poverty to have a role model, for people who've lost their family to have a role model. I can still do this. If she did it, I can do it. People who've had to live like the scum of the earth, who were discarded by everyone, who were shunned away by everyone, discriminated by everyone, considered to be dirt by everyone, to have a role model. That is why they lived, so that their legacies would remain. To teach us that if you are like me, then you will become an Arahant one day. That is the lesson that she has taught me. That is the lesson that the great elders have taught me. Are you ready to change your life? Are you ready to become an Arahant? Are you ready to have them your role models? This is the stuff that Arahants are made of. Courage, resolve, determination, focus, resilience, a deep and burning desire for their salvation, for their liberation, as much as that of others. Endless amounts of compassion, an abundance of mercy, infinite amounts of kindness. This is the stuff that Arahants are made of. What are you made of? Time to question yourself. Drop the telescope, pick up the microscope, have a look at yourself. Have a good look at yourself. What are you made of? So you'll be pleased to know that Radhasa Handru has another story to talk to you about today, to relate to you today. Another amazing character. It's almost impossible to imagine that a person like him, or a person like he lived, and given his background, given what he had to endure, given what he had to go through, he was able to achieve the prime prize of sainthood. I will leave Dasahandru to introduce you to this great elder monk, this great elder Thero. He will talk to you about him. He will give you his story. I want you to find yourself in the life of this great Thero. Find pieces of yourself in it. Take away one lesson. Embrace that. Embed that into your life and transform yourself. Because in these stories you will find the stuff that Arahants are made of. Find that stuff. Put it in yourself so that one day you can also achieve that ultimate prize. May the blessings of the Noble Triple Gem, may the blessings of the Mahasangha always be with you. May you find courage, resolve, determination, focus and resilience, the drive, ambition to take you forward, to carry you forward. The Mahasangha will always be with you, to help you, guide you, to encourage you. When it feels like everyone else has left you to rot, the Mahasangha will always be there for you. Seek their refuge. You have to come asking for it. You have to want it, and you shall receive it. Okay? So, I'm going to hand you over then to our Venerable Dasathero, who is going to talk to you today about another great elder in the Sambuddha Shasana, a very famous one, but I'll let him to introduce who it is to you. And what I want you all to do is to take a lesson away from that life, from that wonderful life, from that character, and allow that to change your life forever. Okay, so with that, we will conclude this segment of the sermon. May the Noble Triple Gem be with you all.
Okay, before we commence, let's take a moment to recite the Namaskar. So may you all be upstanding and recite it with me. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Okay, you may all be seated. So today we are going to talk about an Arahant who had a very different lifestyle to most others. In fact, a lifestyle which you could say he regrets. A lifestyle that he didn't want, but he was almost forced to do it. It is a lifestyle that he regretted but found a way to stop. So today we're going to talk about the story of Angulimala. So going back in time to the time of the Buddha, the king's chaplain, whose name was Bhagha. He was the chaplain of the king Pasenadi of the kingdom of Kosala. Now, on one fine day, Bhagavad Gaga had a child. His wife gave birth to a child. So, Matani, or his wife, gave birth to a baby boy on one fine, I think it was at night. But as the husband was very religious, so he was a chaplain of the kingdom, right? He looked at this child's horoscope to see what sort of things he'll bring in the future. But he found out that his child was born under a robber constellation. So, a constellation which means his son will live a life of crime. Because of this, he was very upset that he couldn't even sleep that night. But the next day, he woke up early and went to the kingdom to do his job. When he went to the kingdom, he found that the king didn't look as well as he normally does. He looks a bit more tired than normal. So, as his responsibilities, he goes to the king and asks, "O dear king, did you sleep well last night?" The king replies, "Oh no, teacher. I wasn't able to sleep well. I was woken in the middle of the night and found my weapons sparkle in the moonlight. Sparkling very unnaturally. Therefore, teacher, I wasn't able to sleep." Then this Brahmin said, "O dear king, it was not just you who had such an unfortunate night. Last night my son was born. And I believe he may be a reason why your weapons sparkle. He was born under the robber constellation, which means he will live a terrible life of crime." Then the king asked, "Is he going to be an alone bandit, or is he going to be a chief of a gang of thieves?" By the look of the horoscope, he's going to be an alone bandit. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, what if we kill him now to prevent any future misdeeds? "O teacher, as he'll be alone, as he will be by himself, teacher, let him be raised, let him be educated. Then perhaps he may lose his evil future," said the king. So the father was convinced. He's now going to bring up his child, and he can bring up his child with as much love and as much attention as he possibly can, and give him the idea that harm or crime was not a good thing, that it was put down, shamed. So the father started this by naming the boy. he named the boy Ahinsaka. So Ahinsaka meant innocent. The father named this so he can plant the idea in his mind, in this boy's mind, that he was innocent. He will always be innocent. So it's almost like you calling a child innocent. This father felt that he won't be able to have evil or be able to go against his name. So this child was able to grow up in a household that's very, very religious, very caring. His mother, father loved him very dearly and helped him. So he helped him to become a very well-behaved and very intelligent person. And also, he was physically strong and very powerful. Therefore, his parents are very relieved. The parents thought that this may be the end of this evil. The evil may be suppressed, because his studies are going very well, and the religious atmosphere of the home may be helping as well. So Ahinsaka's education was coming to an end. So his father decided to send him to university, a well-known university, a very famous university back in India, called Taxila. Now, Ahinsaka studied harder than most other students. He worked harder and he was able to pass all his fellow students. He was you could say, the brightest in his class. But not only that, he served his teacher very faithfully, very humbly. And therefore, he became a sort of a teacher's pet. So you can imagine, in the classes, he used to be praised more than other students. He may be given more rewards than others. And so other students started to get jealous. But not only that, the teacher's family used to love Ahinsaka as well, and they used to send him meals. Now you can obviously see that the other students are going to be very jealous. You're going to say that Ahinsaka may even be bullied because of his relationship with the teacher. But nothing could break this relationship with the teacher. But that didn't stop anyone from trying. The students thought that this was enough. They couldn't handle this anymore. They have to find a way to break this. So they decided to break themselves into 3 groups. So the first group, early in the morning, goes to a teacher and says, "Oh teacher, there's been talk around the house, there's been talk around the university and there's been talk around the dorm that Ahinsaka is plotting against you. He's plotting to kill you." The teacher started to laugh. had a very big smile on his face and said, "Get away. Get away, you miserable lot. Don't try and cause a rift between me and my son." So Ahinsaka was much more than just a student to this teacher. It was almost like he was a son. But again, the second group, in the middle of the day, went to the teacher and told him the same thing, that there's been talk around the house, the university, the dorm, that Ahinsaka is plotting to kill you. But again, the teacher says the same thing. Well, I don't think so. He's always been nice to me, so stop lying. Stop being so jealous. But alas, the third group, near the end of the day, goes to the teacher and says the exact same thing. Ahinsaka is plotting against you. He's plotting to kill you, teacher. We're only telling you that, we're only saying this so you can be more careful. Well, if you don't believe us, why don't you look at it yourself? Now, that moment, a seed of suspicion enters the teacher's heart. Now, the seed was basically it's almost like a weed. You don't need to give it anything for it to grow. Like that, whenever we have a view, now no matter what we find, we'll find something to prove it. Whether Ahinsaka was actually plotting against him or not, the teacher found evidence to show that he was. Even though Ahinsaka doesn't have that idea even faintly in his own mind. So finally the weed of suspicion grows and takes control of the teacher's heart. So if Ahinsaka is plotting to kill against me, I'm going to have to kill him or get him killed first. But I can't do it here. I can't do it at the uni, or parents will be reluctant to send their children here because they'll think that I murdered him or something happened to get him killed. So I can't kill him in this uni, and also if I kill him, my reputation's gonna disappear. What am I gonna do about that? So he had to think of a much better way. So Ahinsaka's course, or his course at the university, was coming to an end, and he was getting ready to go back home, back to his family, when his teacher called him and told him, "Oh, Ahinsaka, you have learned from me. You have learned very well from me. You're one of my best students. It is normal, as it's a tradition, that when you finish learning from a teacher, it is a tradition that you give a gift. You give a gift to the teacher. So, give it to me." "Oh, teacher, of course I'll give you something. What is it that you want, teacher? I'll give you anything. Okay, then if you want to give me anything, why not? I know. 1,000 human little fingers. So, the little fingers of the right hand. I want 1,000 of those. You can almost imagine Ahimsaka come up to the teacher and go like, pardon, I couldn't catch that. Can you say it again? Come on, it's a small gift, right? 1,000 human little fingers from the right hand of people. You can almost imagine him asking 2-3 times just to repeat exactly what he said because Ahimsaka couldn't believe what he heard. But in the end, Ahimsaka denied this. I can't do this, teacher. I've never harmed anyone before, let alone cut their fingers off. I've been told that killing is not good. My parents shame killing. I can't kill these harmless people, these innocent people. Please, teacher, ask for anything and I'll give it to you. Absolutely anything, but I can't do this. But his teacher replies, well, then it was useless that you came here. It was useless that you and I met. It's useless that you learned from me. What a shame. Oh, teacher, tell me to give you anything else. Absolutely anything else. Whether it's money, whether it's anything, I'll search for it, but don't ask me to do this. And in the end, Ahimsaka was convinced that the only way he can satisfy his teacher, make his teacher happy, was to give this gift. So Ahimsaka worshipped his teacher and left. Took a few weapons, took a few of things that he will need, and left to go to the forest. Now you can imagine, Ahimsaka was brought up in a family where he was dearly loved. He was brought up in a family where his parents cared about so much. He cared for him so much. He was brought up in a very religious background, and so he knows that killing is not good. He knows that harming is not good. He was brought up being shamed of doing bad things. He was told to care. He was told to love others, and he was told all of this. But now his teachers told him to cut off the little finger of people. So you can almost imagine what's going through his mind. Like, how is he going to do this? You can almost imagine that back when he was at home, if he harmed a small insect, he was probably punished. He was probably shamed so much that he never would do it again. But now he has to go against all of that. He has to go against everything that he thought was right. So now he had a plan to capture a human. That wouldn't have been easy. That would have been very hard at first. You can imagine that his first human, he probably, because Ahimsaka was very strong and powerful, and he's very fast as well. He probably was able to catch a person after a lot of planning, and he may have pinned him down. Obviously, this man probably doesn't know what Ahimsaka is going to do to him, and so he's probably screaming Oh, please don't hurt me, please. I'll give you anything. How much money do you want? I'll give you money. I'll give you power. I'll give you my house. I'll give you anything. Just don't kill me. I have a wife. I have children. I have a beautiful family. Please don't kill me. And Ahimsaka is replying, I don't want to kill you. I don't need to kill you. All I want is your little finger. Just one finger. I swear that I won't do anything. I'll cut that finger off and I'll let you go. But this man is screaming more than ever. Please, I'll give you anything. But you can imagine that when Ahimsaka was at his weakest, this man may have pushed Ahimsaka off and tried to run away or tried to defend himself. And so Ahimsaka, through self-defense, may have accidentally hit harder than he was supposed to. And may have knocked the man dead. You can imagine that Ahimsaka was surprised. Ahimsaka was almost devastated that using his own hands he murdered a person. You can imagine the moment he had an impact and he found out the man was dead. Him falling onto his knees and crying his heart out. Remember, he doesn't want to kill. He doesn't want to do any of this. He's made to. Forced to. So you can imagine him crying. You can imagine him regretting all of this. Like, why am I doing this? And you can almost imagine him almost guarding the body, hoping that in a few moments this man was going to wake up from his sleep and almost just walk away from Ahimsaka. You can imagine him having sleepless nights, almost like waking up every time from a nightmare that he killed a body, he killed a man. You can almost imagine that the distance between the first kill and the second kill may have been weeks. But then he knew that he couldn't stop now. He had to finish this gift. He had to make this gift. Because he had to be obedient to his teacher. He had to listen to his teacher. And so you can imagine him regretting everything but putting his knife to cut this man's finger off. The little finger of the right hand. Well, you can almost imagine that Ahimsaka, after cutting that finger off, obviously would have hidden it. He wouldn't have kept it near him. Because if he kept it near him, every time he sees the finger or senses the finger near him, he'd remember the fact that he murdered someone. Well, obviously he would have hidden it. Out of sight. Out of sight, out of mind. Or so he thought. So you can almost imagine through all of his kills. So through his first few kills, you can almost imagine him saying, "Sorry, I don't want to kill you. I just want a finger." And then once they start to run away, you can imagine him unwillingly using the knife to end their lives, or trapping them so they couldn't do anything. And like Ahimsaka may have said, please forgive me, while he tried to cut his finger off, or I'm sorry, I apologize dearly. But every single kill he has made slowly made his heart colder than stone. Even though he is now holding the burden of murdering all these people, he now doesn't feel human. He had to suppress all his human emotions. His sense of kindness, his sense of compassion, his sense of humanity. He has to suppress all of this. Because you can't murder a person reminding yourself that he or she has a family, that he or she may or may not have a child who is waiting for their parents to come home. So after collecting who knows how many, maybe hundreds, maybe like hundreds of fingers, he had gone back to look for these. So he had left some hiding under bushes. He had left some hiding in the top of trees. But each and every time he looked for a finger, all that was left was bones. Animals had eaten the fingers and only left the bones. Now just imagine what may be going through Angulimala's, Ahimsaka's mind. He has unwillingly murdered the hundreds of people, and when he comes back to see how many fingers he needed left, he found out that all of them have been eaten by animals. All of them have now gone. He was probably cursing, shouting at these animals. He may have turned to the sky and cursed the gods. Why do you let this happen to these fingers? Now I have to kill another more people. It's not something I want. Please stop. But you can imagine, he had to self-motivate himself. He had to motivate himself to carry on his work, to start again from zero. And let's not forget that Ahimsaka was filling, has been filling his paramitas, or his perfections, to become an Arahant. So he has a lot of compassion, a lot of kindness in his heart, but due to his quest, or due to his request from his teacher, has to suppress all of this. He has to suppress everything like that comes second. That every thought that comes into his mind, he has to suppress it to carry on his job, carry on what the request that his teacher for his teacher. So now Ahinsaka, now after every kill, he sews this finger and places it around his neck, so no other animal, no one could take it away from him. So he had a necklace made of fingers. So when people saw him, they shouted, or they used to call him Angulimala, which means Anguli means fingers, and Mala means necklace. Now he was one of the most feared bandits, the most wanted, but the most feared, because he was strong. He was very strong. He was very powerful, very fast. He could take on 50, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 people. If they enter the forest, well, they never come back out. Angulimala was very desperate. He wouldn't let sometimes he has gone into houses in the middle of the night. He had gone into some houses and murdered these people and to take their fingers. He was becoming very desperate. He was trying to find a way that to stop his life of crime. He wanted to stop it as fast as possible. So he used to go into houses, murder people in their sleep. He had gone into towns, villages, just to take fingers. He was very desperate. Soon, the forest that he used to roam, no one goes through it. The villages that he attacked were abandoned, evacuated. Now you can imagine what this king would have done to stop Angulimala. He may have sent soldiers telling Angulimala to stop in the name of the law. Obviously, the soldier never came back. He may have sent soldiers to stop him by offering him money. Again, never came back. He may have sent soldiers offering Angulimala women. Again, these soldiers never came back. You can almost imagine that this king becoming very desperate. The king becoming extremely desperate, that he may have even offered maybe part of his kingdom. But again, this is not what Angulimala wanted. It was neither power, neither wealth that he wanted. He wanted to complete his gift for his teacher. He didn't murder anyone because of a grudge that he has. He doesn't murder for the fun of it. He's murdering just to complete his task. It's almost like he feels like there is no one inside of him. There's no one. He's completely empty. He's just a machine that kills. Soon the news of Angulimala spread across the whole country. Everyone knew that there was this murderer called Angulimala. So if you meet, don't go to this forest, don't go into this village, because if you go there, you're destined not to come back. But the word of Angulimala went throughout the country, and also it went to his mother Mantani. And no one knew who exactly Angulimala was. No one knew what his real name was. No one knew who his mother, father, whatever his family, his caste was. All they knew that he was a bandit who works alone, who wears a fingered necklace, a necklace of fingers around his neck. But his mother had a small suspicion. As her son never returned from the uni, and remembering her son's horoscope that he's going to live a life of crime, she suspected that Angulimala is actually Ahinsaka. So she goes to her husband and tells the husband her suspicion, and so her husband says, well, whatever the king wants to do with Angulimala, be like that. He's now no longer my son. Now you can imagine the shock that went through this mother's heart. The father has now abandoned the child, and now the king may have put trillions on the head, like he may have put gold coins on the head of Angulimala, but the mother couldn't stand it. She couldn't let Angulimala be killed. So she decides, through the love of her child, to go alone. To see if she can convince Angulimala or Ahinsaka to stop all this and come back home. She may have known that Angulimala may not know who she is, and may kill her before she even gets to say a word, but this is her son that she's doing this. This is my son. I'll do anything to stop him. I want him to come back home. So she sets out by herself to the forest where Angulimala is said to stay. Now at that time, the Buddha, using his divine eye, got to see that Angulimala is able to understand the Dharma, but if the Buddha doesn't intervene, is going to commit an heinous crime of murdering his mother or matricide. If he does that, he's now destined to be born in the woeful plains, well, in the hell. He's almost reserving his ticket there, and also he's not going to be able to attain or understand the Dharma from that moment onwards. So the Buddha decides to go to the forest where Angulimala was. So it's said that the Buddha had walked 30 miles just to stop Angulimala. 30 miles. Anyway, on the journey, many people, farmers, shepherds, many people on the streets used to see that the Buddha was going to the forest that Angulimala was staying, and they used to warn him, "Oh Lord, please don't go this way, because this way is blocked by a murderous monster. He will stop at nothing to cut off our fingers. Oh Lord, my son was taken by him. He went to the forest to do some errands, and he never came back. We didn't even get to see his body. Oh, please, Buddha, please don't go that way." Now, the Buddha ignored all of this and carried on his journey to Angulimala. So at this moment, Angulimala had 999 fingers. 999 fingers. He only needs one more left. He needs one more, and his job is done. No more need of killing. Just one more death, and that's it. He can go back. He can give this gift to his teacher. Go back to his parents. And his parents may not know where he is, may not know what he's done, but he can go back to his parents, and his parents, he can again be Ahinsaka. Live a good life finally. So now he was very desperate, very eager to make his last kill. So as he was going through the forest, he saw an old woman coming in his direction. He just needs one finger. This old woman is weak. This old woman is very stupid to come this way. But this old woman was not any old woman. This was his own mother coming to save him. But Angulimala was was deluded, not knowing that it was his mother. Was more intensely he was more under the illusion that he just needs to have one more kill. That's the only thought that's going through his mind. Just one more. So he picks up his sword and shield and his bow and his arrows, and makes a slow journey to this old woman. but just before he reaches, he comes close to this woman, or his own mother, he sees a much younger, much more stronger, but more calm person coming into the middle of them two. I don't need to kill. If I just need one more kill, I don't need to kill this old woman. Why not? Let's not kill this recluse, this monk, this ascetic. It's easy, isn't it? And so he stopped following this old woman, and now took his weapons, and now started to run after, well, this ascetic, or the Buddha. The Buddha, using his supernatural powers, made it look like he was walking, but he was moving much faster than Angulimala. So to Angulimala, he could see that the Buddha was walking when he was moving the same speed that he was running, that Angulimala was running. And Angulimala was faster than most other people. Soon Angulimala gets tired and tells the Buddha, stop, ascetic, stop. And then the Buddha replies, Angulimala, I have stopped. Why don't you? Now, Angulimala, as he came from a religious background, knows that ascetics don't lie. Recluses don't lie. So this ascetic has maybe saying something that he doesn't understand. I remember that Ahinsaka is very intelligent as well, right? So the moment the Buddha says this, he was confused. Like his whole life almost made sense. He went to school and all of his studies make sense. He knows why he murders, because he just wants his gift, so that made sense. But this monk or this ascetic is saying that he has stopped when he's moving much faster than than Angulimala was. And so you may have guessed that he may have asked this monk, like, what do you mean? You clearly haven't stopped. You are walking the same speed that I've been running, and you say that you've stopped. Please explain yourself. Well, we can imagine that the Buddha may through his discussion may have even talked about what Angulimala is doing. May have said, what you're doing is wrong. There is another way that you can make your teacher happy. Now, hearing this, you can imagine that Angulimala may have dropped onto his knees and almost thanked this ascetic. Because remember, Angulimala doesn't want to do any of this. All he wants was to make his teacher happy. And he tried to convince his teacher to give him anything else, but the teacher wouldn't agree. So when the Buddha said there is another way to make your teacher happy, you can imagine that Angulimala dropped onto his knees and almost had tears come into his eyes. Now Angulimala has changed from a monster back into Ahimsaka. And so the Buddha preaches the Dharma to the point where Angulimala becomes a stream enterer or becomes a Sotapanna. And at that moment, Angulimala turns to the Buddha and worships him and says, "Oh, the Lord Buddha, from now onwards, I am your disciple. Bhagavatasya savako hamasmi." I am now your disciple, O the Great One. And so, just like a small puppy following its owner, Angulimala followed the Buddha back into the monastery and asked for ordainment, and ordained and got high ordination as well. Now you can imagine that the people who came to the monastery to give alms, or who came to the monastery to visit the Buddha, every time they saw this monk who looks like Angulimala, they got surprised, scared almost. They went and complained to the Buddha and asked the Buddha, "Why are you keeping thieves? Why are you keeping murderers here? That's not right." The fear that they had went so far as they went to complain to the king and saying that the Buddha has taken Angulimala and ordained him. So the king, who was searching a way to kill Angulimala, goes straight to the Buddha and asks, "Buddha, where is he? Where is his murderer? When I get my hands on him." And the Buddha says, "Well, he is no longer a murderer. He is now a monk. He is no longer going to kill. He is no longer a monster. He is now a normal human being." There he is. He's over there. So this king, surprised, goes to Angulimala and asks Angulimala about his name. And Angulimala says that, "My name is not Angulimala. My name is Ahimsaka. My mother is Bhagava Gagat. My mother is Mandani. O great king, I am from this caste. My father is the king's chaplain." Now the king was surprised more than ever. This was the son of his chaplain, who was destined for a life of crime. Surprised at what the Buddha has done, he told the Buddha, "How did this happen? How were you able to change him?" And so Angulimala was now a monk, but he wasn't able to live a life, a normal monastic life. Because when he went on alms, you can guess that no one would like to have given alms to a murderer. So you can imagine that every time he went near a house, them closing the doors, closing the windows, telling him to go away. Some people couldn't handle that that Anglimala was right there. And this was the murderer of their fathers, their mothers, their sons, their daughters, their aunts, nephews, nieces, relatives, teachers, their beloved ones. And so they may have thrown leftovers, may have thrown water, they may have tried to beat Anglimala with brooms, sticks, and threw stones at him. So when he came back to the monastery, the Buddha could see that Anglimala had his outer robe torn, had his arms balls smashed, and has a massive cut on his head. And so the Buddha, every time he sees him, tells Anglimala to practice patience, to practice compassion. Now it's not just once. Every time he went out, every time he didn't get a single grain of rice. No one would have offered anything to him. And to make it all worse, he couldn't meditate at all. Every time he closed his eyes to contemplate on the Dharma, the first thing that comes into his mind was a person that he murdered. So imagine, right? Every time you close your eye, you can see a person screaming, "Please, please don't kill me. I have children. I have a beautiful husband. I have a beautiful wife. Please don't kill me. I'll give you anything." Imagine seeing that every time you close your eyes. Or every time you try to think of something good, that comes into your mind. Every time Anglimala tries to contemplate the Dharma, his past comes back into his eyes. He regrets every single moment. He regrets everything he's done. You can imagine that he may have not had nice nights as well. May have sleepless nights because of all of this. But so he still tried very hard. One day, when he was going around begging for alms, he went past a house where he heard a woman screaming, shouting, in pain. And he discovered that this woman was experiencing labor pain as she was giving birth. So at that moment, he goes to the Buddha and asks the Buddha, when I was begging for alms, I heard this woman screaming and shouting. She was in pain. She was giving birth. She was experiencing labor pain. What can we do to help her? So imagine, right? Angulimala, go back around few days ago, was a person who had to bear these screams. Bear almost screams worse than this. people screaming for their lives. He had to bear all of this and still harm them further. So he used to have a heart full of stone. Now, as cold as stone. Now, even when he hears a woman scream because of labor pains, his heart melts. And he feels very compassionate towards this woman. So he goes to the Buddha, and the Buddha replies, go to this woman and recite that, may through the power that I haven't harmed a single being through this life. May through the power of this truth, may her labor pains disappear. May she have a successful birth. May she be able to give birth successfully. Now Angulimala was surprised. Oh Lord, I can't do that. If I do this, I'll be lying. I can't lie to her. Oh Great One, you say that you say that I should I should say that I haven't killed my life, but oh Great One, that's the thing I've been doing my whole life. I've murdered so many people. I've murdered thousands of people. I can't lie to this woman saying that I haven't murdered anyone. And if I do this, that it won't work. But then the Buddha explains, I'm not talking about that life. I'm talking about your birth as an Arya. Your birth as a noble one. After you were born as a noble one, no, you haven't had a single thought of harming a single being. So through the power of the truth, may her labor pains disappear. So Angulimala went to this household and told them to draw curtains around this woman and place a chair next to this curtain. And so he sat down on this chair and recited what the Buddha said. And this woman became silent. She was no longer in pain. And so from that moment onwards, Angulimala was the patron saint of childbirth. Now imagine that. Angulimala was known to take away life. But now he's known to give life. And so Angulimala, receiving this name now, and this moment onwards, most people now accepted him as a monk, accept him as a different person. And so he now receives alms. Now he receives everything that he needs now. But yet there were still few who couldn't still handle that Angulimala was the person that killed their loved ones, and so they still threw stones, they still tore his robes. But this event also changed Angulimala's life as well. Because, as you know, Angulimala lived in regret. Like, you can imagine him waking up every single day remembering that he murdered someone, murdered thousands of people, and regretting every single moment. You can imagine him almost dreaming about killing people, about his murders. He regretted it so much. You can imagine if he can go back in time, he knows that he will never have done anything like it, but yet he's done it, and now he regrets it. He lives in the past, regretting every single moment. But this moment where the Buddha told him to help this woman in labor, he now found out that his life as an Arya was a different life. That this life was much more special. This life was different. And so he realized that I am now a different person. And so, using this, he now no longer reminded himself that he murdered. He now no longer regretted. He now lives in the present. But not only live in the present, he now was able to meditate, and within weeks, he was able to attain Arahathood, Arahatship. He became an Arahat. Now, even though he may still be stoned, may still have hurt, even though he may still be stoned, may have not been treated like even though, like, when he goes out for alms, he still may be stoned or may have had water thrown over him, he now comes back knowing that this is his vipaka, and knowing that these people can now only hurt him physically, and now no longer can hurt him mentally. He is now an Arhat. So, he now lives in the present. He now is timeless. You see, Angulimala had a life that he used to regret. He has done things that he has regretted. He regrets, he's very guilty of. He used to be very guilty of murdering so many people. Just like you and I may have done things in the past that we now regret. But Angulimala used to live in his past. He used to live in his past, regretting every single moment. And now he couldn't do anything. All he can do is just regret. Nothing. He now achieves nothing but the feeling of regret. But the moment he understood that regret is not the thing that will help him, living in the past is not going to help him. That the past is history, and the future is a mystery, and the present is a gift. So once he understood that his present is a gift, he now uses his gift wisely. He uses his gift wisely, and he could understand that there's no point living the past. It's now living now. There's no point regretting the past, because we may have done things in the past. We may have done things that we regret 10 years ago, 5 years, 1 year, months ago, weeks ago, days ago, but that's all in the past. There's no point regretting. There's no point of regret. Because regret doesn't do anything but bring sorrow. So Anglimala was able to go past this regret and become an Arahant. So we also need to learn how to, we have to live in the present, use our gift wisely, and use it to also go through in this path to attain Arhathood as well. Okay. So let's conclude the sermon here. And let's transfer merits before we conclude. Let us take a moment to transfer the merits we have all acquired by making offerings to the infinite virtues of the Noble Triple Gem, chanting Pirit, listening to the Dharma, and engaging in various meritorious deeds today. So first and foremost, let us remind ourselves how incredibly fortunate we are to be in receipt of the Lord Buddha's teaching. And with immense gratitude, let us transfer these merits to the Bhikshu Bhikshunis, Upasakas Upasikas, who since time immemorial have protected and preserved the sublime teaching of the Buddha and passed it down to the generations of the noble lineage in the form of the Tripitaka, which is thankfully available to us today to study, to understand, to comprehend the Dharma. Let us also transfer our merits that we acquired to all the members of the Mahasangha present throughout the world, including the chief prelates of all the chapters who have dedicated their lives to the noble path and committed themselves towards the betterment of all sentient beings. Let us not forget that among them are monks and nuns resident at your local temple and nunneries, who have always been by your side through thick and thin, come rain or shine. So let us transfer these merits to Guru Swami Nuhansa and all the other monks resident in this monastery, as well as the Anagarikas and the Anagarikas attached to the monastery. Let us also take a moment to transfer these merits and express our gratitude to those who make great efforts to disseminate the teachings of the Buddha, be that by transliterating these sermons, sharing them out to others, inviting others to join them. So may through the power of these merits, if any of them have died and been born on the Wobu plane, may they redeem themselves and be born on the Blissful plane. May through the power of the merits, may they abstain from their meritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the noble eightfold path, and attain the supreme Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Let us also transfer the merits that we have acquired to our devotees, friends of the monastery, who for the sake of merits continue to sustain the Mahasangha. This includes every one of you who have contributed to the construction of the monastery, to those of you who provide the Mahasangha with shelter, alms, robes, medicine, as well as those of you who passed on their know-hows and extended their well wishes. May through the power of these merits, may they abstain from meritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the noble eightfold path, and attain the supreme bliss Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Let us also take a moment to transfer the merits to our mothers, fathers, husbands and wives, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, nephews, nieces, our elders, friends and acquaintances, employers, employees, and all those who have helped us, supported us, assisted us in any way, shape or form. By the power of merits, may they be healed of any physical and mental ailments, overcome the obstacles to their spiritual progress. May they abstain from the meritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the Noble Eightfold Path and attain supreme bliss Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Let us also take a moment to transfer merits to the Devas, Brahmas, spirits, demons, primarily the Sakra Deva, as well as the numerous gods and deities who have committed to protect and fulfill the Sambuddha Sasana. Let us also transfer merits to our guardian deities who keep a watchful eye over us and keep us out of harm's way. May through the power of these merits, may they prosper in divine power and wisdom. May they abstain from their meritorious deeds, fulfill their meritorious deeds, fulfill the Noble Eightfold Path and attain supreme bliss Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Let us also take a moment to transfer merits to our ancestors who have predeceased us, to all those who have been our family, our friends, our acquaintances in this long, infinitely long journey in samsara, and who have helped us, supported us, assisted us in any way they could. Let us transfer these merits. Let us also transfer the merits to the members of the armed forces as well as the police force who have sacrificed their lives to protect the peace and harmony of our nation. May all those who have lost their lives in war, be their friend, be their foe, may they rejoice in the merits they require today. Let us also transfer the merits to all those who have lost their lives in natural calamities such as tsunamis, earthquakes, landslides, pandemics, reminding ourselves that among them would be those who have been family and friends to us in this long journey in samsara. Let us also take a moment to transfer merits to them. May through the power of the merits, may they, if any of them have been born in the Wolfer plane, may they redeem themselves and be born on the Blissful plane. May they abstain from their meritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the Noble Eightfold Path, and attain supreme bliss Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Finally, let us all resolve, may through the power and blessing of all the merits we have acquired throughout the day, we be able to witness the event of many hundreds of thousands of arhats in this blessed land. And finally, may through the power of the merits that we acquire today, you and I and everyone who have helped make this program a success become an Arhat Unvanse, become an Arhat Mihin Unvanse in this very life, in the era of the Gautama Supreme Buddha itself. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. May the blessings of the Noble Triple Gem be with you. Okay. We will conclude the sermon here. May the Noble Triple Gem be with you forever.